Kan bisa di rotate. Mau kuliah murah, berkualitas, UMT solusinya.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang, perguruan tinggi Muhammadiyah dengan akreditasi B. Terdapat 8 fakultas dan program pasca sarjana. Raih beasiswa sampai dengan 50% dari total biaya kuliah. Wujudkan mimpimu dan raih kesuksesan bersama. Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang.
Ayo daftar segera di Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang.
Kayaknya efek dari
yang memiliki kenalan indah.
Sering aja tangga. Namanya ya. Iya, tapi saya jadi begitu dia.
Inilah cerita
Ini apa namanya tuh? Yang lompat tuh bisa patah.
tempat saya belajar.
Api di udah
untuk menggapai mimpi saya.
udah dimakan
Ilmu
dimakan ini apa bahasa Indonesia.
setiap harinya baik lagi setiap hari. Tempat yang selalu meyakinkan saya bahwa masa depan saya sangat cerah.
Kemarin judulnya
Halo, Assalamualaikum Bu.
Waalaikumsalam. Iya nak.
Bu, Ibu lagi apa? Sudah makan?
Iya nak. Baru selesai makan. Kamu sudah makan?
Alhamdulillah, sudah Bu. Oh iya, minggu depan baru pulang ya Bu?
Pulang lagi. Bukannya bulan kemarin sudah pulang. Sayang loh nak uangnya. Mending ditabung buat bayar kuliah.
Tenang aja, baru kuliah di Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang. Tempatnya bagus, fasilitasnya lengkap. Sistem pembelajarannya juga sangat mudah dipahami. Dan yang paling penting, biaya kuliahnya terjangkau. Sangat cocok buat pekerja yang baru.
Tapi gitu yang mana?
Never thought that we'd go this far. Don't stop now. Reaching for a distant star.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang telah hadir selama 13 tahun untuk mencerdaskan Indonesia. Dengan predikat akreditasi baik sekali, terdapat 8 fakultas dan program pasca sarjana dengan 32 pilihan program studi dan profesi. Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang saat ini memiliki 17.000 mahasiswa. Letak yang strategis berada di pusat pendidikan Kota Tangerang, dengan predikat kampus maju di Banten.
Mau kuliah murah, berkualitas, UMT solusinya.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang, perguruan tinggi Muhammadiyah dengan akreditasi B. Terdapat 8 fakultas dan program pasca sarjana. Raih beasiswa sampai dengan 50% dari total biaya kuliah. Wujudkan mimpimu dan raih kesuksesan bersama. Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang.
Ayo daftar segera di Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang, sebuah tempat yang memberi sejuta kenangan indah dalam sepenggal perjalanan hidup saya menuju kesuksesan. Dan inilah ceritanya. Ya, ini adalah kampus tempat saya belajar. Punya gedung yang menjulang tinggi dan terlihat sangat menawan dari kejauhan. Tempat di mana saya memulai berjuang untuk menggapai mimpi saya. Tempat saya mengemban ilmu, memberi saya pelajaran yang berharga setiap harinya, agar saya selalu berkembang menjadi lebih baik lagi setiap hari. Tempat yang selalu meyakinkan saya bahwa masa depan saya sangat cerah.
Halo, Assalamualaikum Bu.
Waalaikumsalam. Iya nak.
Bu, Ibu lagi apa? Sudah makan?
Iya nak, ini baru selesai makan. Kamu sudah makan?
Alhamdulillah, sudah Bu. Oh iya, minggu depan Farul pulang ya Bu?
Pulang lagi? Bukannya bulan kemarin sudah pulang? Sayang loh nak uangnya. Mending ditabung buat bayar kuliah.
Enggak Bu, tenang aja. Farul kuliah di Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang. Tempatnya bagus, fasilitasnya lengkap. Sistem pembelajarannya juga sangat mudah dipahami. Dan yang paling penting, biaya kuliahnya terjangkau. Sangat cocok buat pekerja kayak Farul.
Alhamdulillah.
Never thought that we'd go this far. Don't stop now. And reaching for a distant star.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang telah hadir selama 13 tahun untuk mencerdaskan Indonesia. Dengan predikat akreditasi baik sekali, terdapat 8 fakultas dan program pasca sarjana dengan 32 pilihan program studi dan profesi. Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang saat ini memiliki 17.000 mahasiswa. Letak yang strategis berada di pusat pendidikan Kota Tangerang dengan predikat kampus maju di Banten.
Saatnya meraih
Mau kuliah murah, berkualitas, UMT solusinya.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang, perguruan tinggi Muhammadiyah dengan akreditasi B. Terdapat 8 fakultas dan program pasca sarjana. Raih beasiswa sampai dengan 50% dari total biaya kuliah. Wujudkan mimpimu dan raih kesuksesan bersama. Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang.
Ayo daftar segera di Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang, sebuah tempat yang memberi sejuta kenangan indah dalam sepenggal perjalanan hidup saya menuju kesuksesan. Dan inilah ceritanya. Ya, ini adalah kampus tempat saya belajar. Punya gedung yang menjulang tinggi dan terlihat sangat menawan dari kejauhan. Tempat di mana saya memulai berjuang untuk menggapai mimpi saya. Tempat saya mengemban ilmu, memberi saya pelajaran yang berharga setiap harinya, agar saya selalu berkembang menjadi lebih baik lagi setiap hari. Tempat yang selalu meyakinkan saya bahwa masa depan saya sangat cerah.
Halo, Assalamualaikum Bu.
Waalaikumsalam. Iya nak.
Bu, Ibu lagi apa? Sudah makan?
Iya nak. Ini baru selesai makan. Kamu sudah makan?
Alhamdulillah, sudah Bu. Oh iya, minggu depan Farul pulang ya Bu?
Pulang lagi. Bukannya bulan kemarin sudah pulang. Sayang loh nak uangnya. Mending ditabung buat bayar kuliah.
Enggak Bu, tenang aja. Farul kuliah di Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang. Tempatnya bagus, fasilitasnya lengkap, sistem pembelajarannya juga sangat mudah dipahami, dan yang paling penting, biaya kuliahnya terjangkau, sangat cocok buat pekerja kayak Farul.
Alhamdulillah.
Never thought that we'd go this far. Don't stop now. Reaching for a distant star.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang telah hadir selama 13 tahun untuk mencerdaskan Indonesia. Dengan predikat akreditasi baik sekali, terdapat 8 fakultas dan program pasca sarjana dengan 32 pilihan program studi dan profesi. Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang saat ini memiliki 17.000 mahasiswa. Letak yang strategis berada di pusat pendidikan Kota Tangerang dengan predikat kampus maju di Banten. Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang, perguruan tinggi Muhammadiyah dengan akreditasi B. Terdapat 8 fakultas dan program pasca sarjana. Raih beasiswa sampai dengan 50% dari total biaya kuliah. Wujudkan mimpimu dan raih kesuksesan bersama. Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang.
Ayo daftar segera di Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang, sebuah tempat yang memberi sejuta kenangan indah dalam sepenggal perjalanan hidup saya menuju kesuksesan. Dan inilah ceritanya. Ya, ini adalah kampus tempat saya belajar. Punya gedung yang menjulang tinggi dan terlihat sangat menawan dari kejauhan. Tempat di mana saya memulai berjuang untuk menggapai mimpi saya. Tempat saya mengemban ilmu, memberi saya pelajaran yang berharga setiap harinya, agar saya selalu berkembang menjadi lebih baik lagi setiap hari. Tempat yang selalu meyakinkan saya bahwa masa depan saya sangat cerah.
Halo, Assalamualaikum Bu.
Waalaikumsalam. Iya nak.
Bu, Ibu lagi apa? Sudah makan?
Iya nak. Ini baru selesai makan. Kamu sudah makan?
Alhamdulillah, sudah Bu. Oh iya, minggu depan Farul pulang ya Bu?
Pulang lagi. Bukannya bulan kemarin sudah pulang. Sayang loh nak uangnya. Mending ditabung buat bayar kuliah.
Enggak Bu, tenang aja. Farul kuliah di Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang. Tempatnya bagus, fasilitasnya lengkap, sistem pembelajarannya juga sangat mudah dipahami. Dan yang paling penting, biaya kuliahnya terjangkau, sangat cocok buat pekerja kayak Farul.
Alhamdulillah.
Never thought that we'd go this far. Don't stop now. Reaching for a distant star.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang telah hadir selama 13 tahun untuk mencerdaskan Indonesia. Dengan predikat akreditasi baik sekali, terdapat 8 fakultas dan program pasca sarjana dengan 32 pilihan program studi dan profesi. Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang saat ini memiliki 17.000 mahasiswa. Letak yang strategis berada di pusat pendidikan Kota Tangerang dengan predikat kampus maju di Banten.
deh solusinya.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang, perguruan tinggi Muhammadiyah dengan akreditasi B. Terdapat 8 fakultas dan program pasca sarjana. Raih beasiswa sampai dengan 50% dari total biaya kuliah. Wujudkan mimpimu dan raih kesuksesan bersama. Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang.
Ayo daftar segera di Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang, sebuah tempat yang memberi sejuta kenangan indah dalam sepenggal perjalanan hidup saya menuju kesuksesan. Dan inilah ceritanya. Ya, ini adalah kampus tempat saya belajar. Punya gedung yang menjulang tinggi dan terlihat sangat menawan dari kejauhan. Tempat di mana saya memulai berjuang untuk menggapai mimpi saya. Tempat saya mengemban ilmu, memberi saya pelajaran yang berharga setiap harinya, agar saya selalu berkembang menjadi lebih baik lagi setiap hari. Tempat yang selalu meyakinkan saya bahwa masa depan saya sangat cerah.
Ada Bu Jenny nih. Halo Bu Jenny. Bu Jenny Sasmita, Master Art.
Ya,
Apa kabar Bu Jenny?
baik Pak.
Oke. Bonjour.
Bangun dan bukalah matamu, saatnya meraih mimpimu. Arahkan pandangan ke depan, Tuhan
yang murah, berkualitas, UMT solusinya.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang, perguruan tinggi Muhammadiyah dengan akreditasi B. Terdapat 8 fakultas dan program pasca sarjana. Raih beasiswa sampai dengan 50% dari total biaya kuliah. Wujudkan mimpimu dan raih kesuksesan bersama. Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang.
Ayo daftar segera di Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang.
Halo, Assalamualaikum Bu.
Waalaikumsalam. Iya nak.
Bu, Ibu lagi apa? Sudah makan?
Iya nak. Ini baru selesai makan. Kamu sudah makan?
Alhamdulillah, sudah Bu. Oh iya, minggu depan Farul pulang ya Bu?
Pulang lagi? Bukannya bulan kemarin sudah pulang? Sayang loh nak uangnya. Mending ditabung buat bayar kuliah.
Enggak Bu, tenang aja. Farul kuliah di Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang. Tempatnya bagus, fasilitasnya lengkap, sistem pembelajarannya juga sangat mudah dipahami. Dan yang paling penting, biaya kuliahnya terjangkau, sangat cocok buat pekerja kayak Farul.
Alhamdulillah.
Never thought that we'd go this far. Don't stop now. Reaching for a distant star.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang telah hadir selama 13 tahun untuk mencerdaskan Indonesia dengan predikat akreditasi baik sekali. Terdapat 8 fakultas dan program pasca sarjana dengan 32 pilihan program studi dan profesi. Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang saat ini memiliki 17.000 mahasiswa. Letak yang strategis berada di pusat pendidikan Kota Tangerang dengan predikat kampus maju di Banten.
Karena pagi ini Tangerang ramai jasa. Dan dalam rangka ulang tahun UMT yang berapa? Ke-13 dan juga memperingati Hari Kemerdekaan Republik Indonesia yang ke-77. Kita doakan supaya UMT semakin maju. UMT! 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 Tangerang! 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 Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tepuk tangan buat kita semua, buat UMT. tertib dan jangan membuang sampah. Bahkan kalau menemukan sampah di jalan, ambil kantongin untuk kemudian dibuang ke tong sampah. Ya, lalu pola hidup bersih sehat, setuju? Ya, kita mulai. 1, 2, 3.
Kuliah, UMT aja.
Salam sehat, saya kira cuaca yang begitu cerah, cahaya matahari masih cukup tentunya sehat. Kalau dalam teori COVID sampai jam 11 itu bisa mematikan corona semua, insya Allah kita semua sehat dan terbebas dari corona. Kita UMT, Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang, yang backgroundnya Islam, yang mengambil tema bertumbuh menembus batas, insya Allah ini selalu kegiatan yang diridhoi oleh Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala.
UMT Masih Jaya, kuliah UMT aja. Selamat ulang tahun UMT 13. Selamat ulang tahun UMT Indonesia yang 13. Selamat ulang tahun UMT Indonesia yang ke-13. Selamat milad UMT Indonesia ke-13. Semoga selalu makin jaya. Kuliah. Kuliah. Mau kuliah. UMT aja. UMT aja. UMT aja. Di UMT aja. UMT aja.
Ismail, can you speak Korean? Oh, I want to meet.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Untuk teman-teman mahasiswa, karena kita acaranya mau kita mulai, jadi yang belakang itu tolong diisi, depannya diisi dulu, ya supaya kelihatan penuh gitu. Ya, yang di belakang, yang monyok-monyok belakang, maju ke depan.
Ya, ya, saya kenal.
besok aja Ren. Besok Ren. Dia tuh cuma punya berapa doang, boleh kok. Ih besok aja. Udah ngelis. Dibilang besok aja ya. Ih, besok aja. Mau tuh orbit.
Inna Allah alimun khabir. Inna Allah alimun khabir. Sadaqallahul azim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The second agenda is singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya and followed by Muhammadiyah anthem Sang Surya and Mars UMT. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, step on the following agenda are speeches. The first speech will be delivered by Dr. Ismail Marzuki as a chairman this international conference. Dr. Ismail Marzuki, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, wa bihi nasta'in wa ala umuri dunya waddin, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Amma ba'du. Honorable Rector of the University of Muhammadiyah Tangerang, Mr. Dr. Haji Ahmad Amarullah, MBD, Sekretaris General of INCA, Mr. Latifun, PhD, First Vice Rector, Second Vice Rector, Third Vice Rector, Chairman and Sekretaris Daily Governing Body, PPH, Head of Quality Assurance Boards, PPMU, Director of the Office International Affairs, KUI, Institute for Research and Community Service, LP2M, the Dean at University of Muhammadiyah Tangerang, dear all of the speaker, presenter, and seminar participant, as well as the audience who we respect. Especially to the organizers of the event, the first PPs-UMT International Conference on Social Science, Education and Humanities 2022, which I am proud. First of all, let us say praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who give thousands of power to us until this day. We can implement even with festivities full of a strong sense of community and sight gratitude to Allah, as Lord of hosts, ere we worship a step from a small servant. Salawat as well as greetings to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Many give us minimal model will and we shall emulate. Attendant who we respect. Theme this international conference, contribution of social science, education and humanities in social 5.0. Topic and scope, economic and business, education and psychology, religion, philosophy and culture, law, social and humanities. This international conference activity intend to disseminate research result with the output of international proceedings. All accepted paper will be published in Scientia conference proceeding indexed by Google Scholar and provide with unique DOI. The presenter participant consists of 150. The participant from final student of the Muhammadiyah Tangerang University postgraduate program and general participant from private university and state university. This event was also attended by 150 online participants. This activity is an effort to realize PPs-UMT vision of becoming a world-class Islamic university based on green industry. And the vision of the postgraduate program of Muhammadiyah Tangerang University, namely the realization of an Islamic and reputable postgraduate program in the ASEAN region based on the environment. This event can be done due to the support and effort of all concerned. Therefore, I would like to thank all the community who have carried out this activity. We also thank the Rector of UMT, Mr. Dr. Ahmad Amarullah, MPD, and the Association of Muslim Community in ASEAN, IMCA, who have fully support the implementation of this event. More importantly, we would like to thank professionals and participants who have participated in this event. We, the organizer, apologize if there are shortcomings in the implementation of this event, because we realize that no euphoria that is not correct. Attendance will respects. So say the greeting from me. Finally, I apologize if my forever in there that is less acceptable or having forgotten. We hope that the COVID-19 outbreak will disappear from Indonesia and the world, and we can return to normal, healthy activity as usual. I finish off. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The second speech will be delivered by Director of Muhammadiyah University of Tangerang, Dr. Ahmad Amarullah, and we request to officially open this conference. Dear Dr. Ahmad Amarullah, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahillazi lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad fil alamina innaka Hamidum Majid. Amma ba'd. Ini seminar internasional ya, jadi harus pakai bahasa Inggris. Itu jadi tugas berat bagi saya. Yes, I'm sorry, my English is not good. But I just try to learn. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Udah buka belum sih warung nasi padang jam 10?
And all audiences.
Jangan sekarang atau setengah 11.
Distinguished
konsep-konsep apa
for Sekjen AMCA, Mr. Latifun PhD. Welcome to my campus. Distinguished ahead Ketua BPH, Bapak Mr. Haji Naisan SHM Hum with team, and the second Vice Rector Mr. Saiful Haq, candidate doctor, and distinguished Dr. Ismail Marjuki, the Director Postgraduate Program University of Indonesia of Tangerang, of Muhammadiyah Tangerang. Distinguished invited speakers, Prof. Ana Mansilla Belen Perez from University of Murcia, Spain. Distinguished Mr. Moncef bin Abdul Jalil from University of South Tunisia. Distinguished Dr. MD Mahbubul Haq from University of Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia. Distinguished Dr. Abdul Khotinis Sakon from Institute of Business Economic Research and Development, Thailand. Distinguished Dr. Von Hipet Pongrutikul, speakers from Thailand. Respected presenter and audiences, the beloved Committee of Postgraduate Program International Conference on Social Science, Education and Communities 20 and 22. Ladies and gentlemen, and respected audiences, it is completely undeniable that nowadays we are living in a different era with the rapid and extraordinary technological development along with the Industrial Revolution 4.0. And we often hear lately, as we have already known that the existence of the Industrial Revolution 4.0 was invited and designed based on the idea of digitalization and automation, designing automation concepts in various industrial process, ranging from designing process, good storage and transfer system, marketing system, and shipping as well. Of course, in business area, it's promoting because digitalization enables change in business model. However, it may be a great issue in terms of threat of employment. To the question is how can we solve threat of employment? The Society 5.0 concept offers to design a balance between technology as a trigger of economic growth and technological development as a means to improve people's lives and social welfare. This issue becomes more interesting and
quite challenging if we try to relate our discussion with the topic of this conference. I think that's all that I can deliver in this opening speech. I hope that this conference will become a regular event to that it can voice in current and important issues from various perspectives in dealing with Society 5.0, which commonly heard these days living. I, as the leader of the University of Muhammadiyah Tangerang, I do apologize. There is something inappropriate with our reception, and will always accept constructive criticism and positive input for continuous improvement ahead. Now, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open this international conference. Talk. Enjoy the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kayak yang ngerti aja.
Thanks to Dr. Ahmad Amarullah for enlightening speech. We would like to invite our honored guest, Mr. Latifun, PhD, as the General Secretary for AMCA to give speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah la haula wala quwata illa billah. Yang sama-sama kita hormati Bapak Rektor Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang, Ketua BPH, UMT, Bapak Wakil Rektor Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang, Kepala Biro, Lembaga, Dekan, Prodi, dan seluruh pimpinan. Dan tidak lupa saya ucapkan yang berbahagia kepada seluruh peserta seminar. Dan pasti kami ucapkan dear speakers of conference includes our rector Dr. Ahmad Amrullah, speakers, and Professor Ana Mensila Belen Perez from Spain, Professor Dr. Monsef bin Abdul Jalil from Tunisia, Professor MD Mabul Haku from Malaysia, Dr. Ismail Marzuki, Head of PPS University of Muhammadiyah Tangerang, and Dr. Pumipats Panglutikul from Thailand, University of Duratis Pundits. And that's all participants. Alhamdulillah, on this occasion, although the COVID-19 pandemic has not fully ended, University of Muhammadiyah Tangerang continues to improve the academic atmosphere by the conference, international conference. The title of our conference is PPs-UMT International Conference on Social Science, Education, and Communities 2022 in collaboration with the Association of Muslim Community in ASEAN, AMCA. We appreciate these efforts while providing valuable experience for students and academicians in realizing academics activities. Secondly, the themes chosen for this conference is exciting and relevant to the issues developing in our community. We all, as conference participants of the conference, should involvement in solving the current condition, and we all will discuss how to solve our problem in our community by bringing in international speakers. This conference is expected to provide a new perspective on the latest issues related to the themes based on various experience and studies or research conducted by speakers. Issues related to the themes of the conference never run out and continues to grow in terms of the policies, strategies, communities' needs, and so on. The issues are common concern in various regions of the world, including in our community in Indonesia. Scientists and academicians are challenged to think about and contribute academically and scientifically to solve social, education, and humanitarian problems. We appreciate that UMT has gone on to this issue and collaborated with AMCA in organizing the conference. God willing, the study with AMCA will continue to be developed in the future, both in continuing the study of this issue and the other activities as implementation of the conference result. I thank and congratulate all our conference participants. We do not forget to thank all the speakers who took the time during their busy life to share their thoughts at the conference. Hopefully, this conference will make a real contribution to science and solve the wider community social, education, humanitarian problem, like in the topic of this conference. That's all. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Coming up, signing MOU and MOA collaboration between UMT and AMCA, we would like to invite to come to stage Head of BPH, Mr. Haji Naisan, Secretary BPH, Mr. Tur Hairudin, Director of UMT, Dr. Ahmad Amarullah, Vice Rector, Dr. Saiful Haq, the Head of BPOMU, UMT, Professor Dr. Aris Kumilar, Director of Office International Affairs UMT, Mr. Aidil Syahputra, Director of Postgraduate UMT, Dr. Ismail Marzuki. And we would like to invite Mr. Latifun PhD as a General Secretary and team to come to stage. Now, signing MOA, Memorandum of Agreement, collaboration between UMT and AMCA, Association of Muslim Community in ASEAN. Will be assigned by General Secretary Dr. Latifun PhD and Rector of UMT, Dr. Ahmad Amarullah. Give applause. Warm up. Now MOA, Memorandum of Agreement between Pasca Sarjana UMT and AMCA. Will be assigned by Mr. Latifun PhD and Dr. Ismail Marzuki. Please give warm applause to this collaboration. Take a photo together with our honored guest today. The form of internationalization UMT and AMCA, especially related to research collaboration, workshop, and studies. Give applause to this collaboration. As our warm greeting, we will perform welcoming Nusantara dance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lenggang Cisadane. And now, the end of opening ceremony. The next agenda is plenary session will be moderated by Dr. Ihfi Imania. Once again, thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Cek. Cek.
Oke, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, once again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining this first conference of Pasca Sarjana. Okay, here let me introduce myself. My name is Ihfi Imania. I will try to moderate as a moderator here for Mr. Dr. Haji Ahmad Amarullah MPD, and then the second speaker for. Okay, thank you. Okay, for the second speaker from Malaysia, Dr. MD Mahbubul Haq, and then the third speaker from Thailand, Pompipat Pongprutikul. Okay, it's quite difficult to pronounce the name. I do apologize, Mister. Okay, please, because the two speakers here is on Zoom. Okay, let's try to say for the second, the third speaker here. Are you here, Mr. Mahbubul Haq? Okay, and then for Mr. Pompipat.
Yes,
okay,
I'm right here.
For the okay. Thank you for joining the Zoom. But before we start the discussion today, let me try to welcome for the first speaker, Mr. Dr. Haji Ahmad Amarullah MPD. Please. Okay, give a big hand. Okay. Thank you.
Ini ujian kedua ini.
Why? Okay. Yes. Okay. Before we start to discuss our material today, let me introduce for those three speakers today in the first session. First, we have Mr. Dr. Haji Ahmad Amrullah as our rector, and then hopefully will give very beneficial materials today related to our theme today, contributions of social sciences, education, and humanities in society 5.0. Well, I'll read the curriculum vitae first for Mr. Ahmad Amrullah. Okay, he is of course a rector of University of Muhammadiyah Tangerang, as we know, as a handsome one. Are you? Do you agree with me? Yes. Okay, and then he was born in Tangerang, 3 April 1966, the same age as my sister. Okay, and then yes, and then his background is from education as well. Well, and then the second, because this is the panel session, let me introduce for those three speakers. Is it okay? Well, wait a minute. I tried to open the biography of our speaker. Okay, for the second speaker, we have Mr. Mahbubul Haq. He is a PhD in Human Rights and Peace Studies at the Institute of Human Rights and Peace Studies, University of Thailand. And then actually his last book in 2019 is Rohingya Survivors, Regional Security Implication of Gender-Based Violence. And then our third speaker is Mr. Dr. Pom Hipat, received his PhD from RMIT University, Melbourne, Australia in 2011 by support of the Royal Thai government. A scholarship from the Ministry of Science and Technology. Well, that's all for the curriculum vitae of our three speakers in this first session. Let me, before Dr. Ahmad Amrullah and then our third and second speaker present the materials, let me try to highlight the issues related to the topic today. Actually, as we know that Industrial Revolution 4.0 places a high value on digitalization, that everything associated with production can be more efficient. The sample revolution can be seen in how people use Google Drive, and then as cloud storage engines, how they use big data technologies such as Grab and Shopee, as we know, and then even how Tesla has succeeded in developing an unmanned car capable of autonomously transporting passengers. However, we know that will everything that technology adds to our lives be profitable? Okay, in welcoming the Society 5.0, especially in education field, society must also be able to overcome some challenges. It can be begin by changing the perception that intelligent people are capable of doing critical thinking, having creativity, and being able to solve complex problems. Then now, please welcome to our speakers to give very good materials related to Society 4.0, especially in education. Please welcome Mr. Amrullah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Untuk syarat seminar internasional mestinya nggak harus bahasa Inggris. Ya. Yang penting ada 4 negara, ya 4 negara itu udah terpenuhi. Ya. Justru kan kita lagi ngedorong nih sebenarnya bahasa Indonesia itu untuk menjadi bahasa internasional. Ya. Jadi hal seperti tersebut ya saya harus gigih memperjuangkan ya. Biar bahasa Indonesia di mana-mana jadi bahasa seminar gitu ya. Alright ya. Thanks very much the presenter, speakers, and all beloved participants in this international conference today. Now I will present the topic with the title "The Role of Education in the Era of Society 5.0." Begin from background. The era of Society 5.0 comes with various concepts of changes ranging from the way we live, work, interact with others. Society 5.0 is a development solving problem and shortcomings that exist the Industrial Revolution 4.0. The Industrial Revolution 4.0, which emphasizes the creation and utilization of powerful technological rapid, including the application of robotic, which is fear, will reduce the essence of the human role. In the era of Society 5.0, it's hope that the role of humans will increase or can maximize human capital so that the global trends that exist in Society 4.0, all uncontrolled technological can be minimized properly by existing human capital. In realizing this, from various fields of life can participate and work together, including the field of education. To setting the current review of education is not just how the teaching and learning process in carried out, but must harmonize various revolution of changes in the time that have been passed, so that education can achieve effectiveness. In society 5.0, the role of technology and coexist in education in order to lead to quality education. However, to face the sick, to face the 5.0 industrial revolution, the world of education must be able to answer increasingly complex challenges by demanding or very serious preparation. There are four major key innovations that must be taken into account in the era of society 5.0 as follows. The first involving the quality of human capital. Education has a very important role in improve the quality of human resources. And the era of Industry 5.0, you must have a maximum contribution in creating quality human being. Otherwise, human capital in Indonesia cannot compete with house from other countries in creating of or preferring quality human capitals. Educators have a very important role, so that must have good or quality skills. Education in the era of society 5.0 requires everyone to be more creative, innovative, productive, adaptive, and competitive. In the 21st century, education about life skills in needed or what is known as the 4C. The meaning of 4C have is creativity, critical thinking, communication, and collaboration. The second key point is in learning process. In the era of society 5.0, schools or universities and teaching staff will certainly have a very important role. Wherein this era, learning activities do not only focus on few sources. However, teaching staff must be ready and open to receive information from various other sources. For example, the internet or social media. Even so, social media, even so, teaching staff must be able to sort out information obtained from the internet or social media. This must be done considering the many fake news or hoaxes that are scattered in the media. Another role is that learning activities are carried out online using various applications. Some of these applications are Google Form, Google Class Meeting, Zoom, and so on. It means that teaching staff should don't be ignorant, so that they must be proficient in using this application when learning online. The third is quality in education. There needs to be a change in the educational paradigm in welcoming the era of Society 5.0 in the world of education. The teaching staff will later minimize their role as learning material providers. The teacher lecture will then be an inspiration in the process of cultivating students' creativity. In this case, the teacher lecture act as a tutor, facilitator, inspirator, and learner, so that Merdeka Belajar will be created. Merdeka Belajar will create quality education for all Indonesia people. The way is not only in improve education service, but also to fulfill or improve infrastructure and technological platforms in schools or universities. Adequate infrastructure and technological will make it easier for educational institution to create quality education. The last point, students with basic literacy. The role of education in the era of Society 5.0 is that it requires students to have basic literacy skills. There are 6 basic literacy abilities. They are numerical literacy, science, information, finance, culture, and citizenship. And in addition, they must also have other competencies, such as being able to think critically, creatively, reasoning, communicating, collaborating, and problem solving. Most important point is to have 2 character that reflects Pancasila students, which is initiative, persistent, curious, adaptable as a leadership spirit, and has social cultural awareness. For the closing, udah agak tenang nih saya, udah terakhir. The 4K innovation will likely cover the needs in keeping up with the challenges of era of society 5.0 for academic and those who are in educational institutions. The advancement of technology and the increasing coverage of technological role shouldn't be treated as threat but as an opportunity for improving life quality of education, infrastructure, and human being in general. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, you can take a deep breath. Okay, yeah, what a great idea, yeah, related to what is it, in welcoming society of 5.0, what are the problems and challenge coming to the education, and then what are the solutions that Mr. Amarullah already mentioned. Okay, for the next material, okay, Pak, will you accompany me here? Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, for the question and answer, we have till the end of the session, yeah, after we have the third speaker mentioned, yeah. Yeah. Okay, for the second speaker is talking about. Oh yeah, okay. Mr. Amarullah asked to go back to the seat. Yeah, please give a big hand, give a warm applause for Mr. Amarullah. Thank you, Pak. Okay, next for the second materials, we have Mr. Mahbubul Haq. Yeah, will discuss about the culture of immunity. Yeah, of course, it exists in our society in 5.0. For further discussion, please welcome Mr. Mahbubul Haq.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Pak.
Thank you so much. Saya Mahbubul Haq dari Fakulti Undang-Undang Hubungan Antarabangsa University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Terengganu, Malaysia. My Malay bahasa language capacity is not too much, so I don't want to continue it. Better to talk in English. I'm a Bangladeshi. I have been working on the Rohingya issue, especially the Myanmar context, nearly 2 decades. So our honorable organizers inviting me to the discussion, so I prefer to discuss about the Muslim minorities, especially the most persecuted ethnic minorities at this moment in the world, the Rohingya. So my nearly 2 decades experience I would like to share with you about the Rohingya genocide, because I have also one book. So it was published from the University of Malaysia Press 2019, the Rohingya rape survivors in the genocide context. Yes, I have also another experience in the genocide in Cambodia. It conducted in 1975 to 79, and then United Nations backed the tribunal against the perpetrators, and it was conducted many years, and I have an opportunity to see this process in 2005. In a month of April, I was there and meet with some Cham Muslims community people. They are victims of genocide in Cambodia. So my two discussions today, I would like to continue. No, actually, it is not a comparative discussion. Just like to show you what happened. It's not much legal oriented discussions because I'm not coming from the legal background. I'm coming from my academic background is human rights, not like the pure legal matters. Mostly we are talking about the socio-economic context of the human rights. So anyway, I'm not sure that you got my PowerPoints. Can you show me, or I should have to open from here? My PowerPoint.
The committee. The PowerPoint is already on screen.
Yeah, I already sent
yes.
To the organizers earlier. Otherwise, I have to open from my laptop.
Yeah. Actually, the committee will help for the share screen. Oh, okay. On progress. Okay.
Okay.
On progress. Okay.
I hope.
Please kindly wait for a minute. Perhaps before the screen is operating, could you please kindly, what is it?
Okay, I would like to continue my discussion just to showing the second slides, okay? Yes, I hope that this is going to open. Okay, next slides.
Okay.
Next slides. This is some photos of Rohingya genocide in 2016 and 2017. Yes, I had an opportunity to meet with them 2017 February when they fled the country, and now altogether 1.2 million Rohingya refugees are staying in Bangladesh. This is, the Bangladesh is one of the, according to land, is a very small country, but the number of population is one of the densely populated country of the world. And now the Rohingyas are living in 1.2 million Rohingyas living in Bangladesh. Officially they call forced displaced people from Myanmar or Rohingya. Bangladesh don't want to recognize them refugee because Bangladesh is not signing party of the refugee conventions. This is the same things in the context of Malaysia. I think Malaysia also carrying Rohingya burdens, or you can say hosting the Rohingya refugees. So more than 100,000 registered or unregistered, might be more than this number, but they also fail to get the refugee status in Malaysia because Malaysia is not also signing party of the refugee conventions. So, okay, now going to the next slides. The whole discussions I will try to focus on what's the genocide conventions, Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar, Rohingya genocide and response from the international community, especially the United Nations. And now this case is under discussions and the procedure is going on under the jurisdictions of International Court of Justice. And we have another examples from the Cham Muslims communities genocide in the context of Cambodia. And lastly, I would like to say what is the latest situations of the Rohingya, and Rohingya has no future. So the discussions will be coming from the Myanmar. At the same time, also we had some experience we will share with you from the Cambodian side. In Cambodia, actually, not only the Cham Muslim communities, also ethnic Vietnamese also facing the genocide. Okay, that could be helpful for our whole discussions. So going to the next slide. What is the genocide conventions? The genocide conventions, the next slides. According to genocide conventions, meaning actually the genocide discussion started from the United Nations. United Nations, firstly, before definitely we have the genocide, but It was codified under the UN systems in 1946. I think so, yes, 1946 was codified as the crime as a kind, and recognized as a crime under international law in 1946, General Assembly, and later codified as an independent crime in 1948 conventions on the prevention and punishments of the crime of genocide. And most of the states ratified these conventions. Very interesting stories that Myanmar is also signing party of the refugee conventions. An International Court of Justice rapidly stated that the conventions embodies principle, the part of the general customary international law. So it is not that yes, I am signing party or not, but it is the general customary rules and regulations of the international communities, and most of the countries signing party of the Genocide Convention. Look, from 1948 until now, does it mean that we can stop the genocide? I don't think so. If we look the case of the Rwanda, because the Yugoslavia case of the 1971 in Pakistan, when the Bangladesh was separated, the latest case we had the Rohingya genocide. It means that we have the international documents and customary law, but we failed to protect the ethnic, religious, political minorities. It might be in Africa, in Europe, in Asia. This is the realities. So according to genocide conventions, next slides, meaning of genocides being committed with intent to destroy the whole or part, national, ethnic, religious groups, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately including on the group or conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destructions, imposing measures intended to prevent birth within the groups. Even my personal experience, I also found that there are some things is very common according to the conventions, forcibly transferring children of the group to another groups. When I conducted my research interview for the Rohingya rape survivors, I found that few women forcibly conceived, and we don't know after 5 years these children are in the world and about their identity, and many cases it created a lot of problems inside of the society. We have to understand the Rohingya society is backward and very much conservative society. This forcible situations they faced. So it was also discussed in the genocide conventions. So we think so. We find the same stories in the Bosnia. Crime of genocide may take place in the context of an armed conflict, international, non-international, even though in the peaceful time it could be happened. So why we cannot say that genocide only conducted during the international conflict. It could be the non-international conflict, such as in 1971. That was not international conflict between the two parts of the Pakistan. That was non-international conflict, and then later the international actors are involved in it. So genocide could be happen, non-international, international conflict, even though peaceful situations. So we are looking what happened for the cases of the Rohingya in Myanmar. Okay, next slides. The next slide is that Rohingya in Myanmar. Rohingya in Myanmar is a little bit complicated. Complicated means the Myanmar always saying these peoples are migrated from South Asia. Until today's Myanmar, it was part of the British India. From 1937, this what is called now the nation state in Myanmar, it was part of British India as a province. And from 1937, it became British Burma. So there are a lot of South Asian peoples migrated to today's Burma or Myanmar, what is called the Burma. Then in 1990s, they changed the name Burma to Myanmar. Rangoon, the capital city, to Yangon. So there are some name changes. The place is same. Yes, until now in Myanmar you can find a lot of Indian migrated, even though in Chinese migrated people. It's in the Yangon city, most business controlled by the migrant group of people. But this migrant groups of peoples are South Asian descendants. You can say complexion is look like me, not like you Southeast Asian or Mongolian, the Indo-Aryan complexions. So they are always trying to mixing. These all peoples that come from the outside and they are migrant, which is not true at all, because today's Myanmar Rakhine state, which is called the Arakan state or Rakhine state, it was actually part of it just an independent kingdom, and this independent kingdom never part of today's Myanmar. So when they are asking that these people are not our people, they are migrated, which is completely wrong argument from the Myanmar side. That is also their so-called xenophobic attitudes against the South Asian descendants. Though Rohingyas are not South Asian descendants, but you can say in the generic, because before 200 years there is no so-called state border and people are coming and going, and this not so-called nation state. So why Myanmar arguments, which is not actually valid, but it is their common perceptions, and inbuilt in the societies, in the Myanmar societies, that all South Asians are outsider, including Muslims are also outsider, except few Muslims, though there's some Malay Muslims also living in Myanmar. Okay, I'm not going on these detailed discussions, so rather trying to focus on our today's topics about the genocide. After 1982, the Rohingya face serious problematic situation because they make new citizenship law. They have the two citizenship law in 1948. The 1948 citizenship law, the Rohingya has not any problem. And 1982 citizenship law based on so-called indigenous ethnic identity. They recognize 135 indigenous races, and Rohingya is not part of the races. So why the Rohingya automatically excluded? And ultimately, we found that 1982 citizenship law actually made to exclude the Rohingya Muslims minority. Going to the next slides, just to I would like to share with you a couple of information with you that until 2015 in Myanmar Parliament, Rohingya representatives. Until now, 2 Rohingya political parties registered under the Union Election Commission, though most of the Rohingyas lost the right to vote from 2015 election and 2020 elections. So this is very much complicated if you compare to any country's political situations, citizenships, right to vote and other things. So when the Rohingya faced a citizenship problem in 1980s, and international human rights groups criticizing the Myanmar, especially for the Rohingyas' human rights, and until 2010, Rohingya in the Myanmar as a country was mostly isolated from the rest of the world, except they have relations with ASEAN countries. Even my eyewitness, when I visited 2009 and 10 in the Yangon, I saw only few countries, 14 or 13 countries, embassies are in Myanmar, including Israel. Israel is one of the biggest embassy in Myanmar, remember it. So this is for our another discussions, why they are anti-Muslim sentiments. And then when I discussed with many activists, I heard that they got very good supports, technological supports, many other things from the Israeli embassies. And Israeli embassies and Israeli activities is very strong in Myanmar. In Myanmar, they compared to many other Southeast Asian countries. This is just only for footnote for these discussions. Okay, so look, the 1982 they lost the citizenship, but until 2015, Rohingya has presence in the parliament. So it is very complicated and complex, and then they are saying that they are not people of our and they are outsider. Okay, then this is also another story we can find how after 2012, actually 2012, they had a Buddhist Muslims riot in 2012. More than hundreds, nearly 500 people died. Not only for the Rohingyas are targeted. Firstly, it started from the Rakhine states where the Rohingyas are originating, and then later whole Myanmar, the situations were widely spread out, and other ethnic Muslim minorities also targeted, and victims and killed, and their properties destroyed and burned in many places. And unfortunately, I was there on that time, 2010 June, 12 June. And I have got a horrific experience, especially in the Rangoon and Yangon. and how they treated us, because they think that I'm also look like the Rohingya because they're South Asian descendants. So it's a very much difficult situations, and the Myanmar military on that time using the monks. The monks arranged a lot of big processions against the existence of Rohingya Muslims. Not only the Rohingya, actually later it was targeted and against targeted propaganda against all Muslims minorities. It means they wanted to say that if we want to save our Buddhist country, Myanmar, then we should have to control and we have to stop all the activities with the Muslims, not only the Rohingya, all other Muslims. So I discussed with you a few minutes before that why the Muslims is targeted, because still now Muslims are also controlling many places, business, especially in their main city, the largest city, Yangon. The downtown, if you go to the downtown, then you can see, oh, it's like a Muslim city because there are a lot of masjid, the Muslim.
Hello, Mr. Mahbubul Haq. Okay, perhaps the connection.
Consequently, 1.2 million people fled the country and mostly now living in Bangladesh and Malaysia, Thailand, and some people are also staying a few places in Indonesia. As consequences, 2015 on August, the brutal security forces in Myanmar and their collaborators, ethnic Rakhines, Buddhists, conducted genocidal against the most persecuted.
Okay, that's due to the connection of Mr. Mahbubul, yeah. Okay, we're still waiting. How's the committee?
Connection is not stable for me.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to continue. Okay, after the genocide, the international communities, especially United Nations Human Rights Council, mandated the independent international facts-finding mission on Myanmar, released a scaring report detailing state violence against Rohingya and demanding the Myanmar military leadership to be accountable for the genocide. This is the UN Human Rights Commission's reports. Human Rights Council's mandate the investigation committees, inquiring committees reports. The reports was concluded that military as well as some civilians, especially the Rakhine Buddhists, have committed genocide, crime against humanity, and war crimes against its own people. The state councilor Aung San Suu Kyi, who is now in the jail, or you can say in prisons, after military coup, she was also accountable or responsible to protect the civilian, failed to responsibility to protect the people. And unfortunately, she was also went along with the military people to defend the genociders in International Court of Justice. That is the tragedy. Now she faced the same situations with the Myanmar militaries. Okay, the next slide is Rohingya genocide and International Court of Justice. So on 11 November, the next one, I think it's 11 number, slide number 11. Next one, on 11 September, next slides. On 11 November 2019, the Republic of Gambia, with the backings of the OIC countries, filed a case before the International Court of Justice, alleging the Myanmar atrocities against the Rohingya in Rakhine states violated various provisions of the conventions of the genocide because Myanmar is the state party. Before actually, international communities, Rohingyas, international human rights groups trying to make this case in the International Criminal Court. But unfortunately, Myanmar is not party of the Rome Statute, so it was not possible. So for that reasons, they're going to another steps against the Myanmar's atrocities in International Court of Justice. On that time, I remember it was just before the COVID. Aung San Suu Kyi in the International Court of Justice to defending her government, including genociders. And Myanmar raised a number of preliminary objections to the jurisdictions of the court and admissibility of the applications, because the applicant is not directly involved in the incidents, and the supporters OIC is the nation state, so why they should be disqualified from the making an applications. But later, just 1 month before, in July 2012, 22nd July, going to the next slide, 22nd July, I think so, in International Court of Justice denied or rejected all these arguments from the Myanmar. And I think so, if you look the next slides, then you can see the photos of the International Court of Justice, what happens in the when the Gambian foreign ministers raising the debate, and later court accepted, yes, this case should be proceed on. And now it is after 5 years of the genocide. Now this is the beginning stage of the prosecutions. So we don't know when it will be happening and how it will be finishing the cases, and then perpetrators will get really justice or verdicts will become. So I will go another examples from the Cham Muslims genocide in Cambodia. What happens for the Cham Muslims communities? I'm not saying that it is comparative discussions, just to remind in our memories what happens, because this is the same things happen in the Southeast Asian histories and ASEAN histories, because ASEAN Muslims Organizations is one of the co-host of this conference. So why just to remind in our mind what happens. The next slides. Cham Muslims genocide. This was the Aung San Suu Kyi was defending. If you look the photo, that Aung San Suu Kyi is defending, and then Gambian foreign ministers also are saying in favor of the Rohingya genocides. Okay, next slides. Cham Muslims genocide in Cambodia. A large number of ethnic Cham Muslims were killed during the horrific Khmer Rouge rules from 1975 to 1979. And it can be estimated 100,000 to 500,000 Cham Muslims were killed. And I think 1/4 whole population killed by the ruling governments on that time, General Pol Pot, under the communist regimes. And this communist regimes isolated from the rest of the world and only got support from China. Actually, it was the discussions in the next slides. So what is the problems? What is the reasons why the Cham Muslims are victims? Because they are not ethnically Khmer, and they have the different language, and they're forced to eat pork, banned from using their traditional language costume. Qurans were collected and burned. And I had an opportunity to meet with few Cham Muslims population in 2005 in April. Those are working and collecting the documents about the genocide. They told me that I met one guy, his name is Usman. He's working in the genocide, they call it D21, these organizations. Those are collecting the data of the victims, survivors, and genociders. They told me that he lost most of the family members. He was just survived, and they left from one places to another places. He was, I think so. He has one sister survived because he's that Cham Muslims communities. Luckily, he survived, and then he's working for their people. So the regime, the next slide, the regimes prohibiting the use of the Cham dialect, destroy the mosque, kill the mufti, leaders of the Muslims community, showed that Hamaruj regime banned Cham as their enemy. This is the same scenario you can find Rohingya ethnic Muslim minorities' presence in Myanmar. Unsatisfactory outcomes in the case of genocide in Cambodia, whereby the two leaders of Pol Pot's regimes, both about 90 years old, have been convicted of genocide almost 50 years and 47 years after the genocide of Cham Muslims and ethnic Vietnamese. I think so. If you look the next slides, these two guys, the old guy, these two guys convicted, but they are now 90 or 92 years, and few convicted people died during the prosecutions because of the old age. And what actually my questions? The verdicts are coming after 47 years or 50 years. So I'm afraid what will happen for the Rohingya genocide, because the genocide, ICJ started the genocide, and now it is only 5 years. After 5 years, it is proceedings now started, and might be it will take another few decades. So in going back again, the questions of the Rohingya, what happened for the Rohingya? The next slides. Next slides. The Rohingya, we can say, has no future. The forced displaced Rohingya community entirely depending on humanitarian aid in Bangladesh. 1.2 million people. When now the Rohingya refugee camps, earlier actually it was a very deep forest, elephants are there, but now 1.2 million people are living within a few kilometers, square kilometer. It is nearby Myanmar borderland. In Malaysia, Thailand, or Indonesia, Rohingya fail to get protection as refugees because no one country signing party of the refugee conventions. But they are carrying refugee burdens. The Myanmar ongoing political situation witnessed that without accountability, justice, ensure the peace, the Rohingya will face similar situation if they go back. Even though government saying that they make a lot of houses for them, but Rohingya want to go back in their kampung, in their ancestors' place, not going back any concentration camps or government provided houses, because they have house, they have the pond, they have the paddy field. Why should they live in some government make quarters? Because they want to show actually Myanmar government want to show international communities as they are very much sincere to repatriate the people. But if they will go in repatriated, if they cannot go, if they are facing problems about the freedom of movement and about their income generating sources, if they will again depend on the international community's aid, that should not be justifiable. Okay, so it means if before going back, Myanmar government and international community should ensure the Rohingyas nationality issues, citizenship issues, and they can enjoy the fundamental rights to other peoples of Myanmar. Otherwise, they will face the same story, because this is the fourth time the Rohingya exodus happened from 1971 to until now. Okay, the last next few slides. 2 weeks before, there are few developments. UN Human Rights Chief visited in the Rohingya camp, and Bangladesh Foreign Minister urged them, please try to or accelerating the repatriation process. Otherwise, is these 2 million people, 1.2 million people protected, displaced, can we risk the spread of radicalism from transnational crimes and thus may hamper global or especially that's regional security and regional stability. So why the international community is also scared or warned that might be they're forcibly repatriated, and if it will be forcibly repatriated, then we know the consequences because 1978 the first time exodus, 1991-92 the second time exodus, and 98 2010 another exodus, and 2016. So this is the situations from the Rohingya. So we can say Rohingya has no future. The UN Human Rights Chief, the next 2 slides. UN Human Rights Chief Michelle Bachelet advised Rohingya to wait because inside of the Myanmar situation is not stable or not comfortable to repatriate for the Rohingyas. However, without a permanent peaceful solution for these problems, Myanmar will remain divided and unstable in the years to come. Today, the genocide survivors inside Myanmar and forced displaced peoples, those are living in Bangladesh, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, are living without a future and dignity. So conclusions we would like to say, in the conclusion of the last slides, the learning from these examples of previous genocide in Germany, Rwanda, Bosnia, Darfur, the world cannot remain silent and let another case of ethnic cleansing occur or expand into a genocide. So Rohingya community want to see the perpetrators should not go unpunished. However, ongoing legal procedures might be take 1 or more than 2 decades. Then it seems self-evident that justice delayed is justice denied. So I need to stop the culture of impunity. If perpetrators should go unpunished, if perpetrators not get the punishment, then we have to face these situations. Might be in other places, not in Cambodia, not in Europe, but international communities fail to protect the ethnic religious minorities, and these crimes happen one after another cases, and our existing legal systems, if we get the justice after 40 or 50 years, and I don't know what will be happen for the Myanmar generals, if it will be, because most of the generals is now 60 plus, if the court procedures will be finished after 20 years, then the same situation what happened for the genociders in Cambodia. Most of the accused genociders died in jail during the procedure because of the old age. So we should have to think and rethink about the ethnic religious minorities people where they are faced troubling, and if we cannot stop so-called the culture of impunity, then this situation will be occurred again and again. Thank you for giving me time to sharing our experience from the case of Myanmar and Cambodia. And if you have any questions, if I know, I should like to share with you from my experience. And again, thanks for organizers to give me time to share my presentations. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mahbubul. Yeah, give a big hand. Yeah, for the materials. Yeah, it's about a Muslim minority in Cambodia, Myanmar, and talking about impunity. Yeah, he said that we need to stop the culture of impunity because within the culture of impunity, it will evac the free flow of ideas and information takes hold. Actually, this culture strips people of their ability to fully participate in social decision making, an essential element of a healthy democracy. So we need to stop the culture of impunity. Thank you, Mr. Mahbubul. For the next and the last speaker, we have Mr. Pomhipat, yeah, will talk about digital economy towards 2030. Okay, please welcome Mr. Pomhipat from
Thank you very
Thailand.
much. Okay, would you like me to share the slide, or you have the slide already?
Okay, the committee will share screen.
Okay.
On process, Mr. Pomhipat.
Yes.
Yes.
By the way,
I do apologize if I mentioned wrong your name.
No, you are right already. My name's Pumipat Pongpitikun from Thurakit Bandit University. And the topic that I'm going to share today, I'm going to discuss about the digital economy towards 2030. And now today you can see that the digital economy is very important. And after the COVID 2019, you can see that the world has changed, and we now moving toward the term digital already. So the agenda that I'm going to discuss today will be in the second slide. Can you please move toward the next slide, please? Next slide. Yeah. So first of all, I'm going to discuss by the term digital economy, and then we will have a look into the term business trend after the year 2023 and see that what's going on, and we'll see that after the year 2023 and then toward the year 2030, how it's gonna be and how it look like, and how can we cope with the change, and what you're going to do, and see that how can we accommodate about the change. And then we will see challenges that we have got to cover, and then we have got to prepare ourselves toward the changes. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. All right. With the term digital economy, you can see that new economy driven by digital technology in the online world. And what I mean is that now you can see that after the year 2019, the coronavirus has come, and then people cannot go anywhere. And you can see that the only business that can be exist is the logistic. You can see that the logistic, they have got to deliver the product, from one place to other places all the time. And the other business that can also move along the logistic, you can see that all the product, if they would like, to sell the product, have got to use the logistic system. So the new economy driven, they have got to use the digital technology in order to accommodate the changes of the online world. Then the using technology increases efficiency and also created the adding value for economic activity. So the three areas that I'm going to emphasize is the fintech, and then the health technology, and then the third one is education technology. And why I need to emphasize, in the future, you will see that the financial technology will be very important, because during the past 2 or 3 years, the finance need to use the technology. You don't need to go to the bank and then withdraw the money, but you can use the mobile phone. You can also use the online in order to make the transaction online. And also you can also use the online in order to do many other type of the transaction online. So this is what we call the fintech, okay, or the digital financial services. And then the health technology is coming up. This is a new trend. And then educational technology. We cannot avoid that the technology is coming into the education, because even now we are also use the technology as well, like Zoom and other applications that are available online in order to facilitate student, and not just only student, and also can be used for the meeting, not just only within the country, but also for other country as well. Next slide, please. So with the term the digital economy, in fact, I would like to classify into three categories. The first one, we talk about digital transformation. Number two, talk about digital commerce. And then the third one called digital consumption. In fact, in the last year, I also received the grant from my government in order to conduct a seminar for 1,000 people in order to teach them and guide them, not just only general people, but also the business. In fact, we focus on the business people so that we help them in order to move forward or transform themselves from the offline into online, so that they can see the new thing, they can sell their product, not just only local, but they can also sell product internationally. Okay, so digital transformation, we talk about the foundation, we talk about the infrastructure that they have got to turn themselves from the offline into the online. This is the transform of the business. And then what about digital commerce? We talk about not just only the transaction online, but we also include the what's so-called, we talk about the marketing activity. We talk about how to sell the product, how to make the payment, and also many other activities that we can do in order to be able to do the commerce transaction online. And then the third one, digital consumption, not just only to consume the product, but we go a little bit further, include the service that the government can provide the service to their people. We talk about the service that people can also receive from the doctor, like medical service. We talk about like all these people that so-called the social enterprise that also include into the term digital consumption. Next slide, please. This one are activity, example of the activity that I did in the last time. In fact, we intend to do the face-to-face activity, but unfortunately in the last year, the activity cannot be done by face-to-face, so we conducted online for the 1,000 people. So this one was very successful, so I conducted 2 times, and then from 1,000 people we choose, from 1,000 to 80 business, and then help them to conduct business online, and that was very successful. Next slide, please. So in order to move into the online, we talk about how we can move into online. So first one, I will talk the live commerce and the shoppertainment first. How we can do that? In the first one, I'm trying to do very quick so that we have a little bit of time to make question and answer. So the first one, live commerce and shoppertainment. What do we talk about? Next slide, please. We use the influencer. I'm pretty sure that in your country, you also have the influencer as well. In Thailand, we have many influencers, like the people who can influence people to buy product, can be superstar, or can be local people who have like many followers online. Okay, so in Thailand we have many type of influencer, but I would suggest you like 2 people that very famous in Thailand. They can help, they can help people to buy product. They can help the seller. Okay, they can help seller to influence people or the consumer to buy the product. So I would suggest two people, one Mr. Bang Hassan, and then another one person called Pimripai. These two people are very famous in Thailand. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, these are example. They actually are not very famous in the beginning, but when they sell more number of product, now they can make a lot of money, and many people like to use them, you know, as the middle person, and then use them in order to connect like their product into the into online, and then sell the product, you know, for them. So they can help, you know, local people, and then connect with the consumer, and then sell the product. Okay, so left hand Mr. Bang Hassan, and then right hand Pimlipai. Okay, so they are very famous in Thailand, and they can make a lot of money. Okay, in China they also have local people. They don't use like superstar, they use local people. Next slide, please. Okay, this is example. Even the children can also be influencer. Okay, the general people can also be influencer, and they can sell a lot of product. Okay, not just only the product like fashion, they can also be the person in the market, help to sell the fruit. You can do in the market and sell other consumer product. Okay, so this happening in China, and I believe that in Indonesia also have like this type of product. And then when they sell a lot of product, and this can become an influencer. Okay, and they can help you to sell the product as well. Then next, please. Number two, we call direct to consumer commerce. Okay, or D2C. Can you go to the next slide? D2C, we talk about brand owner. Brand owner create an online store front, build relationship with their consumer through various e-marketplace. Okay, so this one I will give an example that, okay, you have like your own brand. Okay, you have your own brand, and then you have your own channel. For example, you may probably have your own Facebook, you may probably have your own website, and then you can also sell your product through the website and your own Facebook. But at the same time, you can also sell your own product through Lazada, Shopee, and through the middle, the retail website. Okay, retail website. I'm not sure what retail website in Indonesia. I think that you may probably have, but in the China, they have like, for example, the Alibaba, for example, but Lazada, I think that international one. Okay, but Thailand also have Shopee, JD Central, and many others. Okay, so use your own channel, and also use the retailer channel. Okay, so that you can sell the product from your own, and then also use the retailer, and then you can sell the product from your own channel, and then from retailer channel. Okay, so both are very helpful. Okay, then you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so that you can see that. Okay, above there you can see that example of the own brand. Okay, so own brand, they produce their own product, or they manufacture their own product, and then they can sell. Okay, one from their own, and then another from the retailer, and then that will be reaching to the consumer or the customer. Okay, so the product can be sold two ways. All right, then the next one, please. Okay, so when considering that how they can sell the product from the year 2019 to the year 2020, in fact, the store number increase, okay, increase from 3,000. This is the number in Thailand. How do I get the number? I actually check the number with the people who provide what the internet, and they also check, the number with from actually the Lazada, and then this group of people, they provide the service to this group of people. So from 3,400 million store increased to 5,000 million store. Okay, so this number has increased a lot. Okay, so the online product, the online shop increased a lot. Okay, from this just only 1 year. So the store from 1 year now 2022, I think that the number has more increased. So the e-marketplace, I think that is very increased nowadays. Okay, so the online product also increased, and through the e-marketplace, for example, Lazada, that from Alibaba, Shopee, and JC Central. Okay, so this shop, okay, has increased in number, and then the product are also increased. And you can see that China, they have like many innovation products. So I would say that not just only China, in Thailand we also have new product increase. Even the economic quite low at the moment, but they're trying to be survive in the industry, so they also jump into the market and also try to sell the product. Okay, so next slide please. So from the figure you can see that the number of the store moving from 3,400 million shop and then moving into 5,000 in the following years from the 2019 and then moving up into the year 2020. Okay, next slide please. Then number 3, we talk about the discovery based commercial, from people find product to the product find people. So first one, I will talk about the product that people try to discover. In those days in the past, how people find the product, people go directly into the store. They know that the product is or are on the shelf, so they go directly to the shelf and they know exactly that this product must be on this shelf or that shelf, and then they grab the product from the supermarket and then they get the product and buy back home. Okay, this is how they get the product or how they discover the product. But now the type of the product change. Can you go to the next slide please? Okay, how they discover the product, the finding the product. Okay, now they can also search from the internet. Okay, they can also search the product from the internet. This is the very easy way. Not just only search the product from the internet. When they search the product from the internet, and then they can also get directly into the shop, okay, from the internet, and then make an order, and then they can get the product from in their home. But also another way, can you go to the next slide? With the digital e-commerce, okay, now the technology even more sophisticated. When you purchase the product, okay, once let's say that I purchase a product at one time, the product that I buy, okay, let's say that I am 51 years old, okay, 51 years old, the system will recognize that the product I buy, okay, they recognize maybe the credit card, okay, they get the receive the information from the year, the age, they recognize the area that I buy, and then they recognize the information, okay, general information, and then sometime you see that the information or this information will pop up into other people in the mobile phone, okay, that at the same age, because that register into mobile phone already and then just pop up into maybe your Facebook, maybe your other type of the mobile phone, and you can see very easy that this information is popping up all the time. Sometimes, you know, like general information just like this can be popping up into your mobile phone very easy. Okay, so this I would say that, you know, the new technology is very very risky and very sophisticated, and in the future even challenging that, you know, how can you protect your right, how can you protect the or this general information, because when you use a mobile phone, when you place an order through the mobile phone, all this information are recorded, and you know, all this information will be very important, and the AI read all this information, and they can even I would say that they can even think themselves and then generate all this information, and you know, send out all this information and select even like this piece of information, and they know how to send all this information to other devices. So very risky. Okay, so think about this. I will discuss into the another sections again about this information. Okay, I'm trying to go very quick because the time is coming up. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so this example that the information will be coming up into your mobile phone. All right, next one, please. Next one, the cross-border e-commerce. Okay, go to the next slide. You will see that if like Thailand, okay, not just only Thailand and some other country that have the border next into other country, and during the time that have the COVID-19, the border cannot, you know, they cannot trade with one another or with each other. So the shop, okay, nearby, okay, the shop nearby the border transform themselves into the online business. Okay, how do I know about those numbers? Because I received the information from when I organized the digital economy seminar. Okay, so I received all this information from those Lazada, Alibaba, or those people who organize the information about the figure and number that when they operate, you know, like when they get the figure and number that how many people are working on the online shop or this shop, okay, they organize and then they recorded all this information. So I receive all this information from them. So they know even that how many shop register into their system. Okay, so the border, okay, the border shop, they also make a registration and then they can classify, okay, into the item. So many border store moving from offline into online. Okay, so number much larger than those days in the past. Okay, so they jumping into the online. All right, so next slide, please. Okay, so like I say, the number increase. Okay, number increase. Then next slide, please. I'm talking social media commerce. The next slides, you can see that from the statistic information, not just only in Thailand, but also shopping in Southeast Asian country, okay, they can find that the shopping online is much more than those days in the past, particularly in the past 2 years, okay. So in the past 2 years, number of people shopping online much more. You can observe from those who living in the condominium apartments, okay. So when the logistic people, they deliver the product, okay, and then when you see at the administrative office or the from the office downstairs, when you get into the apartment or condominium, and then the boxes, you know, lining up, and then when you come to pick up the box or the parcel, a lot of that many of them. And then from one room to other room, you can see that even from your own side, you can see that many boxes are delivered. So you can see even the trash, when you throw the trash into the garbage bin, you can see that many of them, okay, that is the result that can tell that the logistic and the business in online system are coming up, and that the trend for the future as well, okay, that they make a purchase through the Facebook, IG, TikTok, and many other applications. Next one, please. So this number can show, okay, that how they can use the social media, okay, in order to communicate with the consumer, okay. So that example, they have 50% from Facebook, Instagram, from the TikTok, okay, and then down there they have the 42 to 25 and 5% from other type of media. Next one, please. Okay, so from one country to other country, okay, that using the media. And you can see that Thailand, they love shopping, so they use a lot of the online purchasing, okay. So this can see the figure. Then next one, please. Okay, and localized and personalized commerce, you can see that they change now. Those days in the past, of course, they're moving from localized into the internationalized and then global system. But now, from global, move back into local, because the business, online business, they're trying to cover in the local area, meaning they're trying to serve, you know, in every home around the area, so that they can ensure that they provide the service to every people around the area, so that everyone, you know, every single home get to use the service and the not just only the service and also the product. So you don't need to go that far. So you get the local market and you can ensure your own market, okay. That will be much more, and you don't need to spend a lot of money for advertising and marketing, okay, because otherwise you spend a lot of money, okay, a lot of money for marketing and communication. But if using the local, is a lot better, and yet then you can also do the data, okay, do the you get the data for the local as well, okay. So next one, please. This to show that localized is getting better. Next one, number 7. With the chat-based buying, now we talk about the AI chatbot. Next one, please. Okay, when you buy the product online, you're not talking with the real people. Nowadays, they're using the AI in order to they use the AI to talk with the customer. They're not using the real people to talk with the to discuss with the buyer. So let's say that I'm placing the order online. They use the AI to reply. So for example, let's say that I'm interested in the product, okay? So the AI will automatically answer that, may I help you? What is your name? And can you tell your address? And can you also tell the number of the product? This I would like to confirm the price and number of the product and also the address. Okay, so the AI chatbot answering and also confirm the product right now. So now when they operate the business online, they don't need to use the people. AI can also answer and can help you with the business now. Okay, so next one, please. Okay, so this is the example when the AI answer. Okay, you don't need to worry with the answering question with the buyer or the consumer now. Okay, next one. I believe that the last item. Okay, so advanced data marketing. Next one, please. You now can focus on the big data. Okay, like keeping data from the customer, and using the big data is very important at the moment. So big data can help you to collect data from the customer, and as long as you keep the data from the customer, and that will be very helpful to communicate back with the customer in the future. You can also analyze the information from the customer that you can communicate. Okay, so next one, that example that you can analyze the information of your customer. The next one, to be very successful in the future, you need to have a very good mindset. You need to understand the customer behavior. You cannot copy the business success. You cannot copy from other business success, because the factor that impact to your business is not the same. Okay, so you cannot copy them. You need to create yourself. The success will be on how deep you focus on your business. Okay, so each business is not the same. You have got to go in deep detail of your own business. Okay, you do not lie to yourself. Okay, be optimist. Okay, let's say that you have 1 million income of this month, you record 1 million. Do not record as 10 million. Okay, because otherwise, when you make a payment, when you make a payment and then you record 10 million, and then when it's come to make a payment, you don't have real money to pay for the debt. Okay, so be frank to your record of money. Number 6, focus on repeating the customer and also maintain the existing customer. That will be very, very helpful. If you just if you only concern that, okay, if the customer come at only one time and let them go, you will not be very successful. Okay, and then make the customer feel very happy and comfortable all the time. Okay, and then the last one. Okay, sorry, these challenges. I have the problem with the translating. Okay, but in fact, with the challenges, only 2 things. One, you have got to be careful with the AI, because AI in the future, they can think with themselves. Okay, they can think with themselves and how you can solve this problem in the future. Okay, and then people will be decrease their own role. Okay, people will be decreased with their own role because the computer will do everything themselves. You need to think about the model of your business and your product in the future, and then the technology could be unlimited in the future. So this will be the challenges in the future. Okay, so this is the digital economy toward the year 2030. Okay, so my part, I think that I finish here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Pumhipat. Yeah, the materials talk about how we face the digital economy toward 2030. Okay, of course, it is challenging for us and then for people to do improvement, actually due to many tools provided for earning money or only for consuming products. Yeah, that's all for those 3 materials in this session for the first day of this conference. Actually, due to of time, but then we only have 2 questions for those participants who want to ask questions related to the topic?
Okay.
Yeah, one
I see
question.
the question. Yeah.
Could you please, the committee, could you please help me?
Okay, I can see the question over here. With the question in terms of the global e-commerce, how to protect the personal information privacy of consumer. In fact, there is no same rule among country and even no clearly regulation on that matter in several countries. Okay, this is very interesting. And when you in fact the consumer have got this is the right of the consumer to protect your own information. Okay, when you providing information and every time you provide the information, that is a tick box. Okay, that is a tick box before you provide the information that are you comfortable providing the information. But everyone when they provide the information, they tick with no conscience. Okay, they tick with no conscience that, and then they click agree. Okay, so with this, you have got to read very careful before you tick anything. Okay, online, before you tick anything online, you have to be able to read and then make understanding, okay, of the question that they ask. Otherwise, your information will be accepted and then that will go to their process. For example, I have I have read the information that the bank sent me the information that one, you agree that we can share the information with other business related with our product. For example, insurance, I don't know, but they have other type of product. And then once you take this, what's gonna happen? Insurance company and then many other product, they call because they share information. They can, once they share the information, this could be very from, they have our own information. Not just that, once they share, their marketing budget will become very cheap because they share the information with other company already. So this is your right to protect your own information. Okay, so before you decide to tick anything, read the information carefully. Number two, okay, and number two.
Excuse me,
yes, okay.
There's direct questions from this room participant.
Okay.
Please kindly, okay, we have one. Yeah, please introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you. My question to Mr. Boom.
Yes. Yes.
My name Yosef from MPAI.
Yep.
For business online, does the country get foreign exchange or taxes from online shopping?
Yeah.
In Thailand, does the country get foreign exchange or taxes from online shopping? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, give a big hand.
What was that again? Can you repeat the question?
Talk about the taxes. From
Taxes,
online.
right?
Yes. Talking about shopping from online.
Yeah.
The taxes from the online.
Now the business online. Those days in the past, there is no tax on online business, but nowadays, when people operate the business online, now they need to pay the tax. Okay, so those business that operate business online have got to pay the tax. Okay, so they start operating with the tax already.
Okay, so nowadays business online will pay the tax. Okay. It depends on the shop or any digital platform of shopping.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, that's the answer, Mr. Yosef. Is it clear? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. One more question. Yeah, from the participant here.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Anuraga. I'm a student at the Master's Study Program of Islamic Education. We are in the third semester and going to the fourth semester. I have two questions. The first question will be directed to our honorable speaker from UNISDA. My question is, we have witnessed the genocide or the massacre conducted in Rohingya and some other places like in Cambodia, and also if we look at the Palestine, yeah. But with regard to the Rohingya Muslim, what was do the Muslim did the bad things for the community there? Did the Muslims there, the Rohingya Muslims, did the bad things there so that the community, the Buddhist community in the Myanmar, against the Muslims there? I mean, in the historical perspective, did the Muslims do something bad for them, or was that any other reasons that make the Buddhism community there hate to the Muslims? That was my first questions to the second speaker, and then I have another question for the third speaker, our honorable speaker from Thailand. My question is, what is your perspective concerning the education, the education perspective in the 5.0 era right now, and what do you have any comments or perspective regarding the situation in ASEAN, and what about in Thailand? Is there a really big change concerning the educational system by integrating the 4.0 or 5.0 era at the moment? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Should I reply it? Okay, thanks for your questions. Very, very, very interesting questions you asked me. In Myanmar, political history is a little bit different compared to other Southeast Asian countries. Buddhist Muslims conflict actually is not the same situation if you look at the Buddhist Muslims conflict in Sri Lanka, Hindu Muslims conflict in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, common problems, and we are actually carrying this so-called colonial legacy. And this is not the first time in Myanmar political history they is facing, say, the Buddhist Muslim problem. Even though Buddhists has problems with the Christians, but there are some narratives developed in the Myanmar political histories. It's all South Asians are outsiders, which true, they are migrated during the colonial time. There is no confusion. But the Rohingyas look like South Asian, but what you can say, ethnically South Asian descendants. So they are also generalized. All South Asians are outsiders, and they would like to live in our countries. They have some historical facts, and during the colonial time, they are also financially cheated by the Indians, migrants. That is true. There is no confusion. Yes, you are correct. They have some wrong perceptions about them. Why they angry? Later, from the colonial and after independence, the whole history and the ruling class, and look, the Myanmar is the only country after, I think so, from 1962 until now, the country was liberated in 4th January 1948. Then after 1962 until now, except the 5 years, the whole time it's ruled by the military. And military sometimes make pact with the monks, and they make narratives against the Rohingyas. Yes, so when I visited first time in 2009, 2010, and then later, I found that it has some wrong or misperceptions about the Muslims. On the other hand, look, the Muslims, the Rohingya Muslims and other Muslims has some differences. Rohingya Muslims, mostly kampung based, they have the connection with the soil. They are the peoples, they have the roots in the Myanmar, which is now Myanmar. So I told you that which is now Myanmar and which is the Arakan state, it is completely different. Before colonizations, Arakan was not part of the so-called today's Myanmar. So when you are talking about the Rohingyas ancestors' lands, it is different from today's Myanmar history. So history, places and changes. The maps are changes and the political perceptions are changes. So it is it is not the fixed in one places. So I don't want to be generalized the Muslim Buddhist problems, because I was living 13 years in Thailand. So I saw the Thai Buddhist attitude about the Muslims, except the Southern Thailand. Southern Thailand is completely little bit different situations. Look the situation in the Sri Lanka, Buddhist Muslims problem. Look the situation Hindu-Muslim problems in India. It is not the same situation 1947 and under Narendra Modi's government rule the India, how the Muslims facing terrible situations. Because they changed the whole history of the India. They think that all Muslims are outsiders. They have very similar situations in Myanmar also now. They are always saying that Muslims are outsiders. They destroyed our culture. So we should have to protect our land from the Muslim, which actually the Myanmar popular version. And now it is also same way is now applying in the context of India. So it is so-called Islamophobia. It is Western produced, and now they are using and applying in their own context. But I personally believe that the conflict or racial conflict or religious conflict, actually ruling class are using it against each other and to sustain their power. And Myanmar context is very similar situations, because military don't want to lose the power. They don't want to exercise the democracy. And if you have the democracy, then how you can run the country if it is the multicultural countries? The countries are, Myanmar is one of the diversified countries in the Southeast Asia. You can only compare in Indonesia and India, because they have a lot of ethnic minorities and religious groups need to adjusting with each other. And it is possible if the countries democratically run the government, which is completely absent in Myanmar. So why in the genocide histories you can find in Myanmar? In Cambodia also you can find the history. Why? Because the Pol Pot regimes destroyed all other political forces. So this is the things we should, if we don't know the political situations, then it will be easy for us to understand the situations. So I don't want to generalize the Buddhist Muslim problem, but the situation is like same. You can, so now it is also same situation is happening in Indian context, in the context of the Palestine. So if you want to eradicate one particular group of ethnics, one particular group of minorities, then we need protections. We need protections. It is protections not only from the inside of the country. We need also protections from the international communities. So international communities has many protection measures, but you can say that is it really effective or not? That is another debate. If I have a time, then actually I got another two questions about the Farhanita and Endor. They are also asking some questions. If I have time, then I will reply to it in 1 or 2 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for the answer. Next, the second questions. Yeah, I guess
Okay.
there are two questions.
Okay. So in Thailand and also in ASEAN, I think that in Thailand actually they're trying to increase, the quality and also standard with the technology, and also they particularly in also the education as well. But in ASEAN, I think that in the future they will try, to connect each other, and I think that the education, I believe that in the future, okay, when they have the 5.0, I think that all education, will be not similar. I will say that they will have the credit banks, and will all this, all this thing, all this what to say, curriculum can be transferred from one to other. Okay, that for example, with the 4.0 and 5.0, I think that the 4.0, not I think, but in the 4.0, normally they concern with the use of technology, and even though they have the MOU from one university to other university, but they still, concerned with the face-to-face classes, because at the time, not just only they didn't have like the they didn't have the COVID situation. So, during that period of time, the face-to-face classes, still concern, and they didn't have any problem with they didn't have any kind of problem. So they concern like that, and the use of technology can also support, the education. But after the COVID situation, and you can see that they try to enhance more technology, and also more connection has been used, and you can see that we are moving toward, okay, like education, and not just only using, high technology, but also, the communication, like the Zoom, like all this technology, has been used. And I think that in the future, we moving like within 5 to 10 years, I think, will be even more application, even more technology will be served for student, and also institution to use all this technology much more than those days in the past. And I believe that, you will the student will benefit of this. But at the same time, not just the technology that we are using, but sometimes I'm kind of thinking that, the face-to-face still require face-to-face still require, in order, you don't talk, to the monitor only, but sometimes you also need the activity in the university as well. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking.
Well, thank you for the answer. Yeah, actually, we have no time again for the questions, so that's the final question and answer. Thank you for all the speakers, Mr. Pomipat and then Mr. Mahbubul, yeah, for your really insightful materials today in the first conference at Pasca Sarjana University of Tangerang, University of Muhammadiyah Tangerang. Yeah, hopefully now in facing society 5.0, we can face with what is it? Not only go to the popularity of technology or other trend in society, but also we need to see the sense of humanities and what is the beneficial for us in this society 5.0. Thank you for all the participants, the committee, and for the presenters. See you in the next second session after this. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tadi sudah kita ikuti sesi pertama untuk conference ya. Selanjutnya yaitu istirahat, sholat, dan makan. Untuk masjid di samping sebelah sana dari saya, kemudian nanti ada konsumsi. Kalau yang mau sholat dulu silahkan, kalau yang mau makan sedang dipersiapkan ya. Nanti kita berkumpul jam 1 ya, jam 1 insya Allah sudah kembali lagi ke sini karena nanti untuk next speakers itu dari Spanyol dan dari Tunisia. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Cek. Diumumkan kepada seluruh peserta, mahasiswa-mahasiswi, disilahkan untuk sholat zuhur terlebih dahulu karena konsumsinya masih dalam perjalanan. Terima kasih.